Yeah, we're still here working on the same thing. I have the whole wound in my hands today, but this print went through three colors. Could get a paint job to smooth it out. It also has a bit of a layer shift in the middle. So yeah, it's not perfect. It's not ideal, but hey, it's close, right? Do some more. These are fun. The tricky part is the support in the material. In the middle. My suggestion is to do like a big hollow square box all the way up so that it's the least amount of material or whatever, and then maybe put a little roofing on it, and then have some supports between the two. Because the way we did it, we had way too much support. It was like zigzagging all the way up. It was like all these zigzags, and it just such a waste. So I think it probably could have gone a little faster. It might have used less material. We could have even maybe done it in a single roll. We came so close, but nah, probably not. I don't know. Hard to say. Anyway, it's Marlin Friday. You know what that means? It's we're gonna tag this thing. Let's get going. Hello, Discord. Let's tag this thing 2094 at least, and maybe 2.1 maybe. I have this camera turned up this way so that you can see the whole space back here. I'm starting to get organized, but the new shelves still only half of them have arrived, so there we are. Looking pretty good. Let's get going. Me channel. Look, me is live. Me is live on me channel, on me Twitch. Let's take a look at it. Oh, look, it's got me looking almost like in real time. It's like looking into a mirror and a mirror and a mirror. Okay, let's not do that. I just wanted to keep the chat open, so let's pull that up. Chat. Hey, look, it's got its very own window. Perfect. Welcome. I'm iffy about announcing this. I'm just doing my thing because that's what I do. I figured I've got clothes on. I might as well turn on the camera and get some work done. So here we are, working on Marlin. The 2094 release is kind of, as far as milestones go. So what I have is the other camera set up. Yes. Let's go to OBS here so we can see what I'm doing. Yep, there's the desk. Of course, all the things are connected. I don't really need the microscope here, so let's clear that out. Keep things simple, simple and uncluttered. So you'll be able to see the screen as we do this. Maybe it'll look better. We'll see. This thing is really bright. I'm gonna have to do something like put a diffuser on that thing or change the sensitivity of this camera. It's a cheap webcam, so I don't know what its balance deal is, but we'll figure it out. Hey, thanks for dropping by. Remember, you can support me at patreon.com, GitHub, PayPal. There's all kinds of options. You can find links around. Donate to Marlin is basically what's going on because this is it. This is my day every day. And I'm actually just kind of getting going. So this is my coffee. Let's go. Oh, let's put my face back up. Hello, having my coffee. Mmm. It's not exactly fresh. It's yesterday's coffee with some of today's soy milk. It's working for me though. I'm in Austin, Texas, and yeah, this doesn't need to be pointed up that way. There we go. That's better. Hey, hey, the real Mufat. You support me at Patreon. Thank you so much. Wow. I was I have this pile of envelopes and stickers that I'm gonna like address and send out to everybody who's got an address on there. So uh, that's real soon now. I've Got them wired over here, so yeah, they're ready to go. They're almost ready to go. So I just have to print out the labels. I have a printer. I just got to get some labels, do the whole thing, get the postage, go over to the post office. Um, but yeah, it'll be a little adventure because I hardly ever get out of the house. So it'll be fun to just go to the post office and mail things. So yeah, thanks everybody for your support. This is it. Today is 294 day at least. I've got to get that tagged and out. It's better than 2093. It's not perfect by any stretch. There's still little complaints. Let's take a quick look at the current issues, shall we? Boop. So yeah, let's clear out my CI junk, which I usually do right away. A little inside scoop to my logged in status here. This is what I get to see from my back end on GitHub. So right now, some comments on Gyres, which is a really cool fork of Marlin that's doing Ender 3 V2 additions and enhancements. The new release, I guess, and they've been talking about it. And cool, there's a lot of conversation about this release. It's good. And of course, you know, the big news today and every day is Clipper. I'm really excited about Clipper too. It's doing some neat things. I'm hoping to get some of those smarts into Marlin for it to be able to cancel vibration. We've got you know, things like very simple stuff like trying to avoid, you know, having things create too much vibration by having deceleration on corners. But vibration cancellation is even fancier. It does some clever things to mitigate creating certain frequencies, basically, and it, you know, pre-measures a whole range of things, so it has data to draw from. And yeah, once you understand the principles of input shaping, they sometimes call it, you know, it's often seen in terms of like construction equipment with cranes and sometimes conveyor belts and assembly lines, and of course robots. You don't want them to be, you know, shaking themselves off of their bases, so you have to have them do certain, you know, acceleration, deceleration, and you have to have them, you know, well calibrated and measure their resonances and so forth, and even, you know, remove as many as possible with lots of grease and hydraulics, or, you know, other types of methods that help to cancel a lot of vibration in those machines, or, you know, produce motion without all that kind of unfortunate feedback that you get. So that's a big topic that we're looking at, but we'll just say that that's a topic for another day to get into the real technical aspects of it. I have printed out papers on the theory, and some here somewhere from a PDF, and it's fascinating stuff. I could even pull it up real quick. I think I think it's called Input Shaping PDF or something along those lines. Motion, I don't know. Shaper. I don't know. It's around somewhere. It's in my docs, but I have those piled up on. I'm still migrating documents over. So let's see. This is something about. Is this me? Oh, this is Platform IO. I kind of follow that a little bit. DFU util missing for ARM64. Oh, I guess I probably posted this or something. Or I'm following along. DFU util. Oh, not for Linux Arch 64. Well, they're coming along. Neat. Yeah, there's tools within tools. Marlin is now sort of becoming tied to tools. So now auto build. Whoops. DFU util command -d device is not correct. Maybe this is related to that update. So interestingly, coincidentally, someone's telling me that this particular version is 0.9. So I don't know how DFU util recognizes a device, but When it doesn't recognize a device, maybe I should fail better. Waiting for a device, blah blah. Yeah, we'll have to play around with this. Found DFU. Uh, yeah, DFU util is interesting. Okay. Well, I'm about to do something using STM32 util or something like that. From Visual Studio Code. Hey, let's open Marlin. Finally got smart. Keep it in the sidebar. So right now I want to go to my config for SKR2, which is what you see there on the bench. Let's see, do I have a face desk thing? Nope, just desk. You can like look close up. There it is. So let's plug that sucker in. Let's get that ready. Of course, it's always flipped. Let's see, and do a straight up upload. I'm gonna try the USB version. And here's the build going just fine. Out of Marlin Firmware auto build. Auto build. Well, an accelerometer would have to be attached to your board, and you know these boards, the ones they put out for 3D printers, are not necessarily, they don't have pins exposed for all the things you might want, like I squared C. So you need to read the resonances. I would suggest using, there's a little bit roundabout, but right now you just use the method you use to read the resonances on Clipper with a Raspberry Pi and attached to unfortunately, I think you probably have to have Clipper installed, like the whole deal, to be able to do it. I would love it if they just made it so that there was something where you could do the resonance testing attached to a Raspberry Pi and run some G code, for example. That was, well, yeah, going back to that, running G code alone is not enough either. The way that, especially with Clipper, the way that it reads resonances is it ties to the way that it does motion. So I assume that it's correlating the commands it's sending, which are somewhat low-level motion commands to the steppers, and then, but if you can correlate anything at all, you know, motions to, one way to do it would be able to install some kind of system within Marlin where each block has a flag on it that says I'm measuring, and then so that each block can be picking up a measurement as it's going through the actual planner, rather than trying to figure it out from the G code, and then the motion comes later. Because typically when you're controlling Marlin exterior from an external source, you do have that delay because there's a buffer, and then there may even be, say leveling is on, then it'll be slicing the moves up. Hopefully leveling won't be on. When you're doing resonance testing, of course, it's just going to be up in the air and doing some things. It may even go up higher and do resonance testing at different heights just to be able to compensate for the fact that, tall machines probably have different vibration profiles at the top than they do near the bottom, and so forth. And then there's upside down printers that you have to consider as well. Where at least things like I'm really becoming much more fond of, your typical HBot or Core XY, where the whole thing stays in one place and just the bed moves, and there's no bed motion at all except for the Z. That's nice. I noticed on the carbon, the bed was moving up and down a bit because it's compensating for some unevenness in the bed while it's printing, which is fine. It manages to do that really well and fairly quietly. Of course, your tramming is going to always be the best thing to do. Get as much tramming as you can. Hopefully, we'll put more of that in Marlin, and it'll tell you, like, after bed leveling, you might want to try tramming because they've got, there's a whole 0.3 difference between the highest and lowest points, and it's not just a dip. It's like if it's near corners, we could figure that stuff out. Of course, the tramming system is meant to do that anyway, so you should run that first. But whatevs. Let's see. Definitely put the warning in the leveling system anyway, and it might give you indication of an uncalibrated probe being a problem. So anyway, OCD is what it's looking for, and it didn't get there. It went to program and failed. Not sure why. It may be, well, I'll try it this way. We'll do this build and see if that makes a difference. All I've done is just, assumed it would find the right interface and flash it for me. So we'll see if it does the right thing with either of these. And I'm just powering the board off the bench supply over there. And we'll know at the end of compilation. Boy, it's really pegging these cores. Look at those cores go. Okay, good. And no, it failed. Why? Do I have any kind of other debugger running? I don't think I do. I'm sure I don't. I'm sure that I don't. It's been a little while since I tried to use this, since the last Platform IO update, so configuring uploading. It's trying to do the upload. On-chip debugger, licensed, blah. None. Init mode failed. Okay, it's unable to connect. Okay, well I consider that not bad. Maybe I can just plug it in and unplug it, and we'll be back in business. I can try doing some other tricks. Let's do all this. Let's try doing it without it powered and without the display attached. And just as bare as possible. Hopefully it doesn't have to redo the whole build. Voila! Looking okay. Oh, no, failed there. Unable to connect to the target. Identifying the target, I don't really know. Alright. See, I'm pretty certain the wires are all good, but we'll make sure they're all firmly connected. It's kind of janky, I know. So, janky wiring can always be a thing. Oh. Oh. Janky wiring for the win. That's all it was. Good. And we have a successful program. Whoa. Yay! Okay, so now we'll reconnect our display, I guess. And hopefully we'll have Marlin. Yes, we have success. Yes. Okay, good. So that's good because this is where I want to test and see if my string crap is going to be working. I did all this string refactor stuff and I haven't even tested it. I just got it to compile. I'm like, okay, it's compiling now. Is everything going through the right code paths to get everything where it should be? And it's kind of crap. I have to admit, it's kind of crap. It's like, I could have done it a couple different ways. I could have had like, menu with F string versus menu with C string as a template thing, and made that a thing, and then had, but yeah, I don't know, the way it's implemented right now is crap. But whatever. At least it's inside. When you finally get down to building menus, it's still the same as it used to be, except a little weirder. Let me just grab my string substitution stuff. And I guess I will just rebase on top of this. Let me rebase this first. Make sure this is all rebased on the latest stuff. So you guys see it's got a green check mark, so that's good. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to rebase my config test bit on this, which I think is safe because I haven't made any code changes. It's all just other experiments. So there. Now let us upload again. This is good. Feeling good. I'm feeling good about this. So here we are once again. We've got to connect the board. I don't know, maybe it'll happily upload this time. Building, building, building. Building all day long. Are we seeing a little bit of stuttering? I am on my end. Yeah, peg those cores. Stutter. Take over, I don't care. I'm only streaming, it doesn't matter. It's not that important. Alright, let's see. Oh, it did not connect that time either. Maybe it's my my previous attempt again. Turn the power off, disconnect, reconnect, etc., etc. Alright, again, build, so now I just need to do the, I'm not going to disconnect the display this time. I don't know if that matters. It's going to leach some voltages, some currents, but the wires were in sucky condition last time. There we go. It's working. It's working. Oh, it stopped. Failed erasing sectors. Programming failed. Maybe I should not mess with the wires or something. Hold on. Let's try it again. I'll disconnect the display. We've had displays in the past be problematic for things. This should be okay though, right? It's not touching it. Oh, now. Procedure program, blah, blah. What do you make of that? Let's see. Mem to array, etc. Okay, well, let's do this. Unplug, replug, make sure everything again is all good and tight. And yeah, let's try again. You can do it. What? No? Why? Try and plug it in at the last minute. Oops, well that obviously fails, so that's what you get when it's not plugged in. And then what happens when it is plugged in? It actually works sometimes. Yeah, wires are janky, that's all I can say. Alright, we got that at least. So now, I can plug it. Good. And we'll plug the display back in, and we has Marlin, yes. We has Marlin. Okay, good. So now this is all the new code with the new string stuff. And the particular things that are funky, I want to definitely check, are anything F in the menu. Slash area. So like here's an action item menu filament in the preheat. So if I want to do a filament something, change filament E1, load E1. So those are okay, those are all good. I know these are substitutions of some kind. Oh, look, preheat PLA, is that right? Is that one of the things I want? Get preheat label. Change filament as priest. Action item NF. So yeah, I think these are the ones that and they look good. Custom colon. That's an interesting one. That right there. Yep. Seeing some good things. So yeah, you can't exactly see this, but hopefully we'll get the brightness situation sorted out here better. But yeah, basically what I've found is the filament menu stuff is all, it's all looking good. So that's good. So that was one of the ones I was concerned about. And first test, it worked. I'm so happy to see that. So yeah, these are all the weird things I added, which I was might have shown yesterday in my brief stream. Just F string substitution. I used lowercase f because uppercase was taken, basically meaning your thing was already wrapped in F or was already in the form of a pointer to an F string or something like that. So it doesn't need to be pre-wrapped for you. It's kind of the inverse of what the dwin menu items do, which is they have F when something needs to be wrapped instead of F when it is wrapped for you, or when it's already been wrapped. Anyway, either way. So yeah, it takes an F label, that's why it's an F, right? So yeah, these are the old menu items, these are the new ones which duplicate, and there's 4 of each, and again, you know, follows the old pattern, and since these are just duplicated from up here, I kind of figure they could be moved up there, but they kind of belong here. So either way, whatever, organizations. Let's see where we're at here. Discordians, it's going. Just want to make sure I'm there. Yeah, good. We're also Discordian living here a little bit, which I haven't figured out how to stream the audio yet from Discord to OBS, probably through a something like Audio Hijack, which I have been meaning to get a copy of. I think I was about to register it. Let's see. Submenu F. Yeah, here's another example. So here's the motion menu. For fine manual move on a z-axis. Checking it now. Move z 0.025. Okay. And how did I choose to do it? Just stringified fine manual move. So if fine manual move was something funky, like, yep, it's 0.025. Cool. So yeah, there's no substitution within a string of a float. That was, you know, but that's kind of, you know, getting into printf territory there. But we actually don't have that even in Marlin anyway. If you want to printf, you can't include floats. You have to do that separately with d to strf. D to strf, which we use here and there. Okay, so that's good. That is encouraging. So I'm seeing working strings. Let's see another place where I did a change. So I can't look at the D-Win stuff, but I don't really want to. As long as this other stuff works, I'm going to presume that I'm close on the substitution, because they all use the same methodology. But yeah, so here we have, oh, there's some that I haven't done yet probably, like VN jerk. Let's see. We'll see. Oh, more Pro UI coming in. Cool. Thank you, sir. PID plot. Oh, wow, neat. Now that we have the MPC auto tune, we should look at that too. So this probably just needs a rebase or a merge to get passing. Yeah. Let's go back to OBS here. So yeah, we got a contribution from our friend Emmer Iskok, Mr. Iskok, ISCOC, and Ishok. Never know how to pronounce this. STM32F4 doesn't have enough flash. Yeah, tell me about it. RCT6. That's because of the C. Yeah, 256. Or like 18 megas. I guess there's these budget, these are C processors. They're the yeah, they're limiting. Yeah, those C processors are too limiting. So let's see what we got going on here as far as why this is failing. It's the first thing we do. We won't make any assumptions, but it says here that mesh edit menu is recommended as a warning, but region flash overflowed. Oh, I see. That's what he's saying. Well, yeah. Well, we can do the. I guess we'll change the CI test to use the E variant. Yeah. So what's that? That's number 24282. Brand new. So basically I just gotta modify the test right now. It's doing a build of oops. Meant slash. So here we have this one RC, so yeah, it should be under RE. So they're actually using RE version of this. So just move it there. Into 3S1. And I don't know, move maybe Marlin UI can fit on RC just for fun. Try that. Swap some tests. Sure I got it right. Use example, blah, exec. Use example, exec. Yep, okay. Just want to make sure I got all the right regions. I've been known to mess that up. Let's see. Maybe not that in particular. Let's see. Okay, next. Next. So let's continue to test our string stuff. There was a couple more places I want to make sure that my tests are being fairly done here. Oh, I did it in my test bed, right? Yeah, I rebased my test bed. Okay. So yeah, going back to the thing. So this will be running some new tests, hopefully. Hopefully that'll pass. I think that is an option in the pins file. I'll just double check. What board are we talking about when we talk about the Ender 3 V2? I guess it's any of these will do. So yeah, they're all RE, and then there's also RC. So yeah, we basically give you both options. But yeah, if you have an RC board, you know, you're basically doing a build where it says, okay, it might not fit. Sometimes these RC chips are rebranded RE chips, but you take your chances with those. They're binned, and that's just, you know, that's a normal thing for chips to be binned. They're binned for reasons because whatever flash unit you're using has failed the test. So, you know, maybe it's in the second half and you don't have to worry and you just get a few extra bytes out of it, you're good. But even then, it's like, you know, it's not usually just a bit here and a bit there. You never know what's busted with those. So it'd be nice if you could get the report on every chip that you buy. Like, here's the exact failed, you know, segments of the chip, and here's what passed, and that'd be great. But yeah, maybe somebody does. So here's another idea: auto build restricting environments. Is there a way to specify which environment to use if more than one environment is available? Well, it's all comes out of pins.h, you know. I mean, if you don't want to see it, you can edit pins.h. You can edit pins.h and the maple and remove the maple item. There you go, you can edit pins.h to keep it from appearing. Let's go with another. I think that's where they are. Builder, share, or is it just builder bin? Let's see. MF test, oh there you are, hello. Oops, I guess. Yeah, without MF info, I don't know if MF test works. Doesn't use MF info, does it? Oh yeah, it just does that. If not Marlin source, cd the Marlin repo. Yeah, it looks for that, basically. You could be looking for other things, I guess. Look for, that better to be there. But yeah, cd the Marlin repo root exit, so. You just have to be there, and then it doesn't do anything with the other scripts, I guess. Oh, that's kind of handy. Handy. It's kind of handy. It just works on its own. Okay, good. We'll just do that. but these. Boop. There you go. See, I didn't start out knowing anything. I kind of worked my way through embodying the issue. Let's see. I gotta embody the part where I can address the part. So, okay, so let's look at more menus now and see what's going on. And this is a request, I guess, essentially. I guess it is. I'll leave it open because it's an interesting question in a way. It's interesting to them, and until it's not, I'll leave it open. Pull, pull, pull. Okay, so that's normal. I have my branches automatically update over at my fork, so that's just that, and those have been addressed already, so close those. More documentation. So oops, look, background color for the pre-tag. Let's see. Hey. Okay, that'll work, sure. We do Jekyll around here. Improvement. Yeah, I don't really do it. JavaScript. Styles. Okay. Sure. Because apparently there's already a var, so let's just call this use it. And I'm going to call that a documentation thing, I guess. We'll just say. Oop. Could have put an artful palette on there, I guess, but 9-axis updates, I'm not quite ready. Translating is tricky. That was like, not sure how we get translation done on this precisely. But just having a subdirectory with FR or something, and then all the whole site translated into French or whatever. But it does change fairly frequently, so it's like someone's going to have to maintain that, and I don't know, the more we add it, the more tricky it becomes. But I understand it's a popular project, so that would be something. Can we pull in? How? Printables.com. Oh, Printables has now been cool. Cool. Yeah, good. I like it. Definitely include printables, man. And I can see it's all working fine. And printables.com. Resource, I don't know what you do. Let's call that. I guess we're going with documentation on that one too. It's not deployed yet. That's the thing. We're almost there. M306 is new-ish. Okay, OH, right. Limit heat capacity. Yeah, that's right. Thank you for that. I had been working on that myself. Everybody's always like, can it be merged? Yeah, when I get to it. I haven't looked at docs in a while. I probably will soon. I don't like to merge until the feature itself is merged. I think it finally did get merged, but I see ASP, then I've changed some things, changed it to H, and then now it's getting merged. So, okay. Is it done? Is it completely done? 306. When did we introduce it? I see there's no since tag on this. Oh, see, it's not done. It's not ready. It's not ready. Trying to push me before it's ready, man. Can you merge it? Well, I can review it, and then I'll merge it if it's good. So yeah, since this gets 2094, I guess. I'm trying to think if maybe it's 2.1 that has it. Better check. I better triple check my crap here. So 2.0 is going to get MPC. So yeah, it is 2094. Since always have a since. Man. So yeah, it should pass. It takes about 40-50 seconds to test this, to do the build of the entire Marlin website right now, which is pretty good. That's going to change once I get the config docs split up. And when we put something new in, I like to put a description in. What is M306? Well, it's titled as MPC control. We'll give it a big old yeah. Boom. There. It's all verified and happy. Where was I? Documentation, right. So that's done. Let's see. Swap some tests, and is it building? Which build are we looking at? Nice. Even the X there takes me here. So, oh, it's still doing an RC build for some reason. Oh, I see. RC Creality is incompatible with board Creality v4. Okay. Well, let me unfuck myself here. Hold on. What board did I choose? I use example Creality Vortutu Marlin UI. Okay. Okay. What did I have before? I changed the board somehow, right? Opt, disable, opt, set. Oh yeah, see, I changed the board. So let's unchange the boards here. Hold on. Right. Oops. Okay, and then this one, maybe I'll leave the motherboard alone. Or is that just how the Edge 3S1 is? I'll try it. Let's see what we got. We got number 56, which is Mayan, Marlin UI. mine. I like to think of it as mine because, you know, I'm partial to Marlin UI. What can I say? Right. Building, 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 building. That one's handling it just fine. Okay, and then the other one, which I just messed with, is number 4 with Pro UI. I might have to swap that around. See if that works. What? So far, so good, good. Good, good. All right, let's call that fixed, fixed. At least for my purposes. Oops. So Ender 3 V2 seems to build fine. Ender 3 S1 with Pro UI is what gets built here, which is fine. Let's let that do its thing. Meanwhile, this page is coming together pretty well. Check this out. Look at all these displays, man! Like all these displays, front, back, are going to be on the website. Ooh, scale thumbnails to match heights. Oh, they all matching heights now. Cool. Format tweak. So this is coming together. I don't know if it's considered a work in progress yet, but I guess you can fill it out. You can post it. But yeah, it's coming together. Check it out. Ooh, yeah. Why? I don't know. Is that Cartesio UI? Which one's that? Zone Star. Okay. Yeah, that one's got similar to what I've been looking at. It's got buttons which are ADC based, I guess. Panel do. Oh no, panel 1. I've been dreaming of the panel do a lot lately. That's a 16 by 2 make board mini 2. Yeah, not very big. So yeah, I started to just clean up the page, make them neater. But yeah, it's coming together. Help wanted. Fill it in. Fix the M665 docs. Oops, B tag. Let's take a look. Intrib. B, no B. O radius. I guess that's gone. Okay. It is documentation, that's true. Let's see, and boop. Caught a typo. Just for fun, because I like more icons. It's getting boring. Alright, there. And configuration guide. Well, I love the idea of the configuration. So I hope I didn't try to discourage it too hard. Oops, yeah, I was being helpful. Yeah, April 22nd. Yeah, I was still thinking about my script to automate those config documentation pages. that time. I still am. It's tricky. How do you, get them all linked together and stuff? It's tricky. So yeah, configurations. That's done. That's done. Those are done. Those are done. Consider that done. That done. That done. Consider that done and that done. All the ones that are closed, I kind of consider done. But we get a lot of stuff. Bug fixes default. So this was a request for Marlin, relative to Marlin, and we did do it. And we'll see if it has any massive effect. It seems to have been alright. First thing that happened was all our scripts stopped working. I was like, oh shit, gotta move them over. That's how it works now. The default branch is where the scripts come from. I forgot that. I thought it was just 2.0 because. So anyway, that's done. That and apparently these are all fixed. I'm just kind of ignoring the ones that are, let's call the ones that are open. I'll look at those. Rest I don't need to necessarily. They have been addressed. Draw X mode in IDEX. Interesting stuff related to X mode. I assume in IDEX they just mean there's a few different modes. You have like an auto park mode, you have like a duplication mode, and maybe it cycles between them and shows you like or gives you a selection. We do have that in Marlin, I'm pretty certain, because sometimes you do want to just like I want to do a print. Here's the G code, but I'm going to go into duplication mode. Usually the G code itself will specify that because that's you got to set up a plan. Make sure it doesn't go outside the bed and all that. Your slicer will be really better at that, figuring that out. Fall 3D printers, every possible. I was being cheeky, but I get so many requests for certain ones. And Mingda, please. Me too. I want a Mingda. Sure, submit them. I'm not going to be researching every board because I can't, honestly. There we are. Hopefully the test is passing now. Is that the indication I'm getting from Monsieur? 35 have passed, so it hasn't crashed yet. But my builds did good job there. Yeah, they're still in progress. Oop, that one and that one. We'll get them going. So my friend's happy, and those, once they pass, will get merged. Oh, I haven't reviewed them yet, so I should probably do that. Let us review what has been submitted. But yeah, so I've got 438 things that I've got to review here. Oops, run flow failed for Pro UI updates. Right, we know that. We knew that. Help compiling. Well, not here. Sorry. You don't do that here. Bug summary. I don't think you're serious. Let's see. You got to fill out the title at least. But I won't take you seriously. Let me see. So I could conceivably just go to all and ignore the ones that have been merged or otherwise done. But there has been a comment on this after it was merged. Oops, what's this? Sensorless stall guard delay. How's that not compiling? Let's see, safe delay, conditionals ADV, defines it as 0. when there is homing current. Let's see. In G28. So what? This is pointing out in G28 through 24. Yeah, that's the one. How annoying. We just have to do this everywhere that it's defined, because that's what we do. We fix the things. Let's see, this was under what has homing current. But what's that all about? Well, that's defined by G28 itself. Okay. It's foolish. Foolish the way these things are scattered everywhere. I'm really getting tired of it. Sensorless stall guard delay, let's see. We have this delay of a sensorless harming. It was like shut up by somebody who somehow missed the fact that they used it without flags. That's what you find with sensorless homing. Yeah. I'm gonna say short delay needed to settle everywhere. Okay. It's homing current. Why? Because of something. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with stall guard per se. If see, it's not defined formally here. So if it's going to be defined as 0, then just check see if it equals anything before you do a safe delay with it. And Yeah, it's not defined anywhere, which is interesting. Let it be. And we'll call that a, I don't know, general fix. For nothing too serious, but apparently serious enough that it's annoying. What? Can only have that in 2.1. Apparently. Yeah, it's a new thing. Improved sensorless homing probing. We decide not to include that on 2. For some reason. It's a little too advanced for you, sorry. Oh, I see. UVW. Well, that's something we can ignore. UVW. UVW. And okay, this gets a little more tricky. Something new. Well, it's going to exist. It wants to exist. Interesting. Well, let's see what we end up with. Oh, something's missing, obviously. Everything in between here and there, so yeah. It's alright, we'll let it be because I can easily patch it from here. So what does that homing current do? Or is it even there? There it is. Oh, it's in end stops now. That's your problem. Okay, so yeah, I should have just left it out completely. So I can uncherry pick that and do it the right way again. Right way around. Again. Oh, this was the easy part. UVW. Just have to do this again. How annoying. UVW. The big W. Alright, there we go. Right. Set homing current gone. Let's go go look at it. There it is. Hey. So what happened here? All that stuff gone. Boom. Things the same. Yeah, pretty much. So it's all the same. That's considered I think, a successful cherry pick. Now if I try to rebase, we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting. I think what I have to do is go to 2.1 and make this part of, well, if I do the rebase first, you'll see what happens. Fascinating, because everything will be getting that 9-axis treatment. But what I could do is merge this with the 9-axis thing down here. Boom. One conflict. Hopefully nothing too serious here. Okay. Prove accuracy. Yeah, this is it. Oh, I see. IJK UVW. There's UVW. Only XYZ matters here. Anyway. Interesting. Had I extended it already? I guess maybe I did. Should I have though? Maybe not. Take a look. See what it used to look like. At homing current. Yeah, I just looked at XYZ. Then along came that 9-axis stuff. But yeah, even then it was still just looking at XYZ. So when that was introduced. Probe. There it is. So yeah, it goes up to Z. Then it didn't matter, I think. Something got changed. Which isn't here anyway. Yeah, sometime after. Let's see when, where, how, why, what. It's not that many changes. We'll just look at everything. Nope. Ah, there's map macro. Look at that, it just maps them to everything. So that's what's going on now. Got unmapped. Yeah, I guess it was mapping. Okay, well, good to know. don't know. It looks to me like there was some real attempt here to consider sensorless homing, probing for more than just, yeah, like the homing current for more than just XYZ. But then again, it's not all there yet. So I don't know. It's interesting because you would think we'd have that set up. It's on its way. But it was close. I mean, it had, yeah. No, all right. So, yeah, I don't think I need that two-level thing either. But yeah, it should have moved that way over when it moved over to end stops. Who was that? That was me and Lugio's. Yeah, I was kind of maybe naively assuming it was moving over identical, almost identical. But it looks like maybe it was the old. There may have been some old code going on there too. Yeah, it doesn't look that old to me. Hard to say. I feel like there is something older going on. Something older, something ancient, dark, and mysterious. Uh, well, considering it's a placeholder, we really haven't gotten a lot of homing of more than just XYZ anyway. It's like, why bother? On the other hand, think of some reasons to bother. Just because we're starting to head that way, have more end stops and stuff. But right now, it's just not that way. Delta, 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 delta. Right. So yeah, previously I had something like this. I don't know what I was working on there. What that is. Not quite done, it looks like. Definitely has to be a 9-axis thing. Yeah, so it definitely doesn't apply anymore, so whatever, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. Deal with it when those new axes come along. Okay, so let's at least try our hand at. And as usual, rebasing. Off to bed, tea clipper. Hey, cheers. Still a little early here tonight. I could use some food. Let's see, where are we at? Sensorless hot adjustment. Set homing current again. Map macro. Oh, I see what's going on there, yeah. I went a little crazy with my map macro. So I should come after my map macro, really. I'm going to do this right. Shouldn't be moving it too far here. Should come after my map macro. There you go. Now I can try to do a rebase here. Let's do it. Check. Oh, what a mess. Okay. Slightly messy. So what do we got? Up to 9 axes, yes. Educate. UVW. And probe. T-clip. I like your name. Let's see. Debug section. PSO. Right. Support for up to 9 axes. After the whole thing. Of moving the homing current. Okay, here we go again. Continue. Getting close here. Map macro. Well, map macro, guess what? You don't get what you think you want. No. There will be no map macroing. It's all revisionist history is what's going on here. I'm totally revisionisting this stuff. A lot of undos are getting redoed. Okay. Nope, no effect on probe. Nine axes, blah. Okay, let's just get our release here done. Especially 2.1, honestly. I think they both deserve to be out there. So let's see where we at. Pre-UI, hey, it's passing, yay! Yay, it's passing. All right, so what actually got changed? Improvement. New features, a simple plot. So here we are. A base 64 decoder. HPP. We can just use H, you know. HPP is fine, but you know. Oh boy. C is between 0 and 9, yeah. Let's Looks good to me. Let's see. 4. I'm a real stickler for 4 having a space. Let's see. And then also, oh, I don't know. Got any wiles? Got any wiles for me? Alright. Looks good to me. Yeah. 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 Okay. So that all looks fine now. And that looks fine. And that too. Yeah. How are we all doing tonight, Friday night, 9 p.m. here in Austin? And yeah. This is silly. For commercial applications, additional licenses can be requested. Dude, you can't do that with GPL v3. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to do, man. Like, also, welcome to England, but we use license here in the civilized world. And let's see. Oh, yeah, we also have line endings on the ends of our files here in the civilized world. Just kidding with you, of course. Right. What other mess have you got for me here? G-code preview. Okay, it looks pretty clean. Looks pretty clean. We don't do else that way. There's a few libraries that kind of throw it in there, but yeah, we're not going to be doing these kinds of else's. No. Also, that clearly belongs inside of something. I don't have an intimate relationship with this code, so I'm making a lot of assumptions, but my general feeling is I can do these in these slight changes to things. UN defines. Okay. Looks like it does your config pre stuff for you, so you don't need that. Okay, oops. Oops. Okay, good. A little cleanup is cleanup. All right, that's good. That looks fine. Oops. Plot CPP. Hold on. Looks like you're all good. I hope. What's this else? How dare you? I know, it's just this one true base style. It's hard to get used to, I know. So yeah, hopefully this is not, there's no plot here to try and dilute our license or something. This is kind of nonsense, but I do wonder sometimes. But the GPL is, I see, now this is just like, I don't know if you can do that, man. That's like, if I allow this into Marlin, that kind of message, like, what the fuck? You know, does that say, does that say that we're no longer GPL? Because we can't do anything like to restrict commercial applications. And you could offer all kinds of any license to someone in a commercial sense, but ultimately, like, why should they go to you? Miguel A. Risco Castillo. Um, they may get the wrong notion that you're some kind of usurper or something, which I would never want them to get, but you see why this makes things painful and difficult for me, man. You're trying to intermingle the LGPL here with shit. And you just kind of, you just don't know, man. Just don't know how difficult this makes it for us. And you don't care, apparently. We've annoyed you enough that now we're your enemy and you want to. I don't know how it is, man, but shit. I don't know what to do, man. This kind of stuff. Mixing your LGPL. Trying to mess with this. I just know it. Just know it, man. For an adversary. I'm gonna keep going into this, but damn it. Fuck. Oh, this one doesn't say lesser, so hey, I can actually pull that off. Like, if you want to, introduce MIT license stuff in, that's fine. You know, it's things like that, BSD. You know, there's no restrictions on those. You can intermingle them with other code, freely reuse them, and they're there for educational and universal betterment purposes to make everybody more efficient and productive, which is in itself a benefit. yeah, this kind of licensing shenanigans, like what's the point? You know, yeah, you start out with one simple thing. I would like to keep the source code secret, and now you're like, bending over backwards, doing gymnastics to try and figure out ways to technically make that possible, and then still falling short of the mark because you can't just take parts all of Marlin and be like, I'm going to take all of Marlin and then my parts and repurpose them for commercial use. You can license my parts for commercial use with all of Marlin. I mean, if it's secret stuff, I mean, if you're doing projects like that, that's fine. Honestly, you can do that. License all you want, and that is a thing you can do. But you're kind of advertising within the code base of Marlin for your own private enterprise, which in a way is like, we let everybody do that. By the way, here's the make a big author list and where you can call them and give them we could put a photo in a bio, and make Marlin into a little like job market. Is there a code formatter? Yeah, I mean, code formatting is sort of enforced somewhat by the, there's rules here. We have editor config is one. And then there's also a formatter for called, let's see, where is it? Build root share. Say it's under extras, uncrustify. Yeah, so we have the uncrustify rules for the code base. And then there's a script specifically for pins files that you can run that just makes sure that pins files are formatted the right way, and that's called pins format. .js, and that's here. You just drop, you say pins format, script file, or whatever, name of pins file, and this pins format, which uses Node.js for fun. So that's, just playing around with different things, but, this could be rewritten in Perl or Bash or whatever. Not sure what the best formatting types of stuff is. You can use awk, I guess, and stuff like that. But there's some evaluation going on. We're like looking and saying, well, is this a pin? So having a little bit of logic in there is nice. And awk and sed are great for text processing, but like when you try to like write things with variables and real programs with them, I'd rather work with something higher level. Honestly, it's like almost working with grep. Can't do everything with grep, but you can do a lot. So anyway, let's take a look at the outstanding kind of like issues we find on Marlin today. Min temp check not working, safety issue. 6 days ago. Sure. Min temp error is not triggered if I disconnect the thermistor. Well, it will depend on some things. It should be checking outside of the. Yeah, nice. Thanks for making this so readable. They fixed the issue, so see, someone knows the fix, which is nice. That helps. So here we have incriminated line tmin equals, etc. Let's look for it. I wouldn't be surprised. See, this is good. We got to check these things before we go into releases. So here we have this thing. Tmin equals, give me the max of the min temp versus for hot end, and it's custom either 0 and this thing here, Celsius, etc., etc. Right, should calculate as being this is 5. Instead it gives minus 15. So we did the separate argument of max separately, and that worked. So let's see why. Let's take a look at that. Curious. Okay, so here we got our this piece here. First it gets the custom bit, all that, puts it into a Celsius. And then he takes the max of that and that. That gives the correct result, which is very strange. Okay, so I gotta do the same with the max one just to be safe. We'll just put a comma there. And we'll do the same here. Boop. Okay, and our max temp is going to be this. Right, -1. Either that, it's going to either give me 2,000 or it's going to be that. Interesting, so that's interesting. Okay, well, maybe it just needs to evaluate them separately. I don't know why. But max is complex, it's true. It can sometimes be a macro and it can sometimes be other things. So, that's annoying because now I'm really annoyed. I want to know why. It's evaluating differently in 2 different cases. Which means I have to do a build and then do some comparisons and see. Well, it's const, which is good, but it's also doing some reads and it is within a function. It's within temperature, and it's also something that happens frequently. No, it's in the init. Oh, good. So I can just print some messages out of this thing and see what's going on. Yeah, it's out of init. That's strange. So I'd like to see what this guy's configs look like. Did he include them? No. Yeah, I think what's going on with Max is somehow it's getting the it's combining the 2 types and it's making one signed and one unsigned, and they should both be the same in type. Yeah, like here, look at this. Hey, left hand side, right hand side. Min of that, max of that, left hand side, L and R. Doesn't seem to care. Decal type, yeah, I don't know. think the idea here is that, yeah, they both have to be signed first, and that's what Celsius does. Celsius is a signed value, so yeah, first it makes it this signed, and then it knows that this is negative or whatever, so yeah, I guess maybe we were expecting them to be not signed or something, but that's signed, and this is, so yeah, it should be 0 versus this, and then you should, so if this came out min temp was minus 15, is that what you said your value was? Oh, okay, your heater 0 min temp was 5. Um, hmm. Yeah. So what, you wanted a 5? It should calculate 5, but you got minus 15. So that's interesting. Well, it was a, what was a max? Wow. So yeah. Man, they're both macros and functions. Seems to be. So now I have to mess around. Well, I have test files here, which I can mess with. So we can try with the regular compiler and see, have I got min defined here? I haven't, so let's grab those macros. So we're using C++, we can do it that way, otherwise we do it a different way. Let's stick them at the bottom of our H file. And I guess I only want the min-max stuff. Right. Apparently trying in some sense to only define them once, I don't know exactly why. Array main. Let's see if this builds at this point. That's all I really need to know. Finished. Okay, good. Can I run it? Build. Okay, return 0. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this thing. So let's take a look at the values that we're dealing with here. believe I have all my turns and things all set up and ready to go. So let's just go with 0 or something. Well, let's go with 1. Right. Then we need this value, which will figure out soon. Right. Table numbers. So let's just pick a value here. Positive value to start with. Reading a word. Call this, I don't know, 12, just for fun. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. We really just want to look at these values here. And then we want to just say this was an int. So and I think there's plenty. I guess I could still test min as well. So let's do that. All right, let's just keep this simple. Here's some min temp, so we need to find out what that kind of looks like. So yeah, it's going to be something like 5. All right, so let's say we go there and there. All the same conditions here set up so that we can look at these values, which are signed, and okay. That should do the trick, and then we'll do the same here. All right, 0.5, max 2,000, 265. All right, so what we wanted, what do we want? We want, it should have been 5, which we did get, but when we did it the other way around, like this, things didn't work out so good. So let's find out what happened there. And we'll just call this, these aren't used, so we'll just put them there for now. Great. 5,265, still same result. 5,265, same result. Not seeing it. maybe there's something funky going on. Let's take a look at these. Let's see. Let's take a look at what the temp tables look like. So let's take a look at this one, for example. This one goes to -15. So the last value, -15. And these temp entries look like there they are. They have a value, which is the raw ADC value, and then they have a Celsius value. So yeah, that's all they are. And the Celsius value is a Celsius T, which, if you look that up, it's just a sine 16 in bit value. And that's that. So this instance, this compiler is behaving strangely. I think it's because of something to do with the signage here, but now I'm going to have to make one of these tables. Apparently, let's take a table and make a table. Okay, so throw a table in here. I need that OV. There you are. You meant 16 for that, I guess. I need those types. We need that one. And temp entry T, and yeah, now this is just prognem. Should have that defined as nothing somewhere. Yeah, it's here. Okay, okay, things are heating up. It's not quite building yet. Get our temp table here. Celsius T, value, oh, OV scale, oh, don't have that. It's either defined as 1 or 16, depending on whether it's filtered or not. Filtered 1, I guess it's pre-filtered, is what that means. Okay, let's go with that, because I think typically it's not, and then, I don't know if these matter, but Mr. Table Scale. HAL ADC range. HAL ADC resolution. And they're typically 10 or 12. Now let's see if it'll build. Hey, okay, so we're back to 5265. We got all our things, except the only difference is we're going to be reading from the table this time. Like we did before. So let's take a look at what the temperature code was doing. Right, there we are. So we're going to use this. And whatever the min temp index is. Typically it'll be the beginning or the end, so let me see. So it could be -1 or whatever. Getting there. And yeah, same result. I'm not seeing how this guy's getting something different. Unless the temp table's backwards or something, it should be. Maybe it's which one were you using? See, he didn't send me his config, so I don't really know. Which register value are you using? Can you provide your configurations? I mean, it seems like your fix should only work if there is something funky, but min temp end, I mean, maybe min temp end was screwy, but it looks like all you did was make it a signed value. That's all it looks like, but max between min and 0. I guess you could do it like this and just make sure it's signed, you know. That's what I think. Only the things going on there is everything needs to be intified, basically. It's an int of some kind. But yeah, PGM read word. If it's a word, you're good, but if it's not a word, you're fucked. I think it's a word, but so let's see. Friday night, I'm kind of in the mood for some pho, but it's actually too late to order. Darn. That's not still there, is it? No, that's merged. That's what I thought. Reload correctly, would you? Silly browser. There we go. This one's tricky. How to use raw, where to put, what is a raw position and what does that mean? Hey, what's going on? Shouldn't use -15 in the temp constant instead of 12. Well, no, I'm actually messing around right now with just seeing if this compiles. Then I'll put the -15 in to see what happens. But yeah, I'm like, let's see. So we got 5 and 265, right? But now I'm reading it out of the table, so you know it is a -15 at this point. Right there. So that was what I was aiming at anyway. But yeah, so if I do it now, I get the correct result. If I do it, let's see. Yeah, so I'm still getting the correct result, which is just too bad. Min temp. See, I'm not seeing any -15 coming out of this guy between max -15 and 5. I would say unable to reproduce, but I have not. I can't say I'm unable to reproduce. It is peculiar, though. I mean, if it was wrong, what you'd get is maybe backwards. I could actually check for that. Yep. So it's unsigned apparently when you read it. When you do a read word. So if you want to make it signed, you have to do this. So I did that much. I did make it signed. And his stuff does show it as being signed. But it's a sign. You know what I think it might be is that it's. Yeah, I know what the problem is now. It should be this. I bet the size of assigned int. Yeah. Minus 15 plus 65536. What's that, like 65521? Giving something like 65521 or something like that. I don't know what it is. Right, 128 is minus 1, right? So it shouldn't even be Celsius T, because you don't even know. What if that's 32 bits all of a sudden, I decide. So yeah, it's got to be int 16T right away, just to take those 16 bits and package them up right. And then this int here, it doesn't matter. As long as the other thing is signed, everything else knows what to do. It's not like it's going to decompose it down to unsigned. So I think that's the solution there. And that will do it. But you know what, I'm going to leave it this way anyway, because it's neater. Slightly neater. You can sort of see what's going on. Right, so that's really just, it knows the address at this point. It knows it's the address of something it can read, word size. And, but yeah, this one, oops. Nothing like that, just, you can read a byte, you can read a float, you can read a word. Okay, I feel confident that's the solution, the proper solution. And it's neater, it makes more sense in every way. And it's 24257. Just go with fixes. Fixes that. 0, 2000. Yeah, you're not gonna go above 2000, are you? Don't heat above 2000, kids. Let's see, I guess I'll go with, call this a serious enough bug to put a bug on it. It's serious enough to put it down here in the immediate pile. Last I checked was 23, yes? Yep. Oop. Wrong. Oops. Did it again. Can I count? No. But I will. I will eventually learn. Okay, there it is. Shite. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Jeez. If I don't get myself some kind of pizza or something, this next release is going to be boring. I need to have champagne and pizza ready at the ready for this release. So yeah, including in the test file. Yeah, I did all the things, I think. But yeah, I put the temp table in there and everything. But yeah, that makes more sense here. It's got to be. Oops. It's 16 because it's a bloody 16-bit thing. So yeah, so it's still that 5. So what if I put something like, just to see if it can handle the signedness, we'll put 25 in as my min temp. Now it says the min is 0. Well, probably that's because as low as the table goes. Or something. No, it goes down to minus 15. Maybe that's just some legal thing that I forgot about. Let's see, what's up with that? Oh, I see, it's because... Clearly I'm not even using that. So. Celsius T, yeah. So these are already safely. So what I should do is make this into something like an unsigned int, or it's a uint16 basically. That way, if there's any, that way like confusion will be fine, right? Confusion. What's confusing? Oh, is it because OV raw ADC times blah blah blah. Conversion of -5 from int to uint16, aka short unsigned int. Oh, I see. It's just not allowing it, which is fine. That makes also again. What I need to do though is have it be like. Starts out as a uint, and then we do the conversion to an int like that. See if that confuses it at all. There. That's what I expect the confusion would be from the read word. So then you say account, fine. Then you could make this 0 as well. And you still get 5265, which is interesting. The min temp index and the min temp index. Make sure that's all right. Min temp ind Oh, there's a max temp in. Oops, I forgot about that one. Okay. What's that, I wonder? The opposite, I guess, we'll say. Okay. Let's take a look at that table again. So the max temp is actually like, yeah, so you can go up to from minus 15 all the way up to 300. So that's the max temp right there, is basically, that's how high that'll go. And so I've never seen the minus 15 come out of this yet. So let's see what happens if I get rid of these in 16s here, like this. Oops. I change them into like in 32s or something, just to confuse things. Still no confusion. Did I just, is that this? I did. Let's turn that off. Maybe that's not wanted for this whole thing. Then temp val I never did end up using, so goodbye. And then min temp, max temp. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Min 300, 300. Max minus 16. So we end up with some interesting values. Okay, so let's go with yeah, so actually we know the max temp is actually at 0 in this case. So ooh, look at, we did get minus. So what happens when I do my fix? See, it does work. I was right. So yeah, it's basically just a matter of width. It's so subtle, but you know, these types in C and C++ can be a little brutal on your brain sometimes. But yes, that's the problem right there. It was taking those 16 bits and then extending them without first converting them to a signed value. So you have to sign them, make them signed first before you extend them. So first, and you have to do it within the number of bits you expect. We know it's exactly 16 bits, which is what word is in this case. So yeah, I could do something like, you know, signed. I could just maybe say signed here instead. That might do the trick as well. We could try that. Signed did not do the trick. I guess that makes sense in a way, because signed, it doesn't mean anything, does it? Short works, but short again is like, it's shorter than an int, but you don't necessarily know it's going to be 16 bits. It's definitely not going to be a byte. You know, a short is almost never a byte. I don't think you're going to expect a short to be a byte. A word, if only there was such a thing as a word, right? Word. Just give me a word. But yep, I did the right thing, I think, so that's good. We have the right fix. my merge caused it to close. Hey, okay, so magic. Next issue. There, that's 1 out of 100,000. How many pages are there of issues? Not too many, 24 pages. Hey. Don't set software end stops when it's triggered hardware end stops. Not sure what that was about. We have a lot of things going back to a ways back that are feature requests. You can see I just piled them up. I'm not going to worry too much about old feature requests right at the moment. Some of them may already be kind of filled in, so we'll really look at them again. Scara, always a feature request. Nice catch, yeah, hard one. That's subtle stuff. It gets me all the time. Let's see, output busy idle status on pin. Sure, that's a thing we could always do. Lots of feature requests. Look at them all, my god. That's good to know. The last 10 pages of things are just old feature requests and suggestions and such like. Oh, page 17, still feature requests, page 16. Wow, I feel better knowing that these are all feature requests. Out of order execution, been kind of on the fence about that. Here, if you want to get involved with some hair pulling, I'm kind of like, I have some idea of how to kind of go it. Only these are allowed that way. They're more or less the same. We would run as emergency commands. Well, alright, I mean, yeah, I'll say it, but this is from like February. Yeah, I see. What? Everything's falling. Things are falling. What's going on? The old thinking head sign's falling down. Can't have that. It's not a sign. I just put it up on the door because it was seemed like the best place to put it. Let's see. But I actually have a couple of these signs here. This one is a little bit sun bleached. The one on the wall here is not quite as sun bleached. Anyway, I'll just put that up there with it. They'll be happy for a while. Yeah, a bit of a light source here. This camera can be strange sometimes. Let's see what's going on with it. Put it in 720p mode. Might as well, right? Oh, now we're all out of sorts though. Hello, Trogdor. Well, what can I say? I don't think I have any filters on there, but maybe I do. Little color correction. Hello. Semi-natural. Not seeing any kind of clipping. I'm not sure what's going on with the bottom of this particular box here. Transform. Ah. There, now we get the whole HD view there. Hello. There. Get the whole view. There we go. Much better. So I was checking my my config here to make sure my screen was working properly. That was the last thing. And some of the changes from the menus, including new string methods, and then some various menus that I wanted to check. So like the backlash menu, I don't really care. Let's take a look at that. Oh, that's axis N, which is correct. That's a fine way to do that. Going back here, advanced menu is the one that got a lot of things. Let's take a look at jerk. Advanced edit jerk. Jerk. Doing the jerk thing. Jerkiness. Filament up. Steps per millimeter. X, Y, Z. Those look correct. Backlash, a correction. X, Y, Z. Okay. Probe offsets. Acceleration, max speed. Oop. Still listed as vel. Travel vel, velocity. And change those to say speed, I think. Cell. We have junction deviation on, that's why there's no jerk here. So, yeah, everything looks correct to me, so, I mean, but I didn't change everything. But the important thing is I didn't break anything. The menus still work all over the place, so let's see, what was another one? Menu motion. That custom one, I'm glad that's working well. That was easy. Then, oh yeah, the baby stepping ones. Motion, baby step. I don't know if that's even allowed at this moment. Have to be moved, like printing something, I guess. Host shutdown. Out. Cool, everything's looking pretty good. Temperature, preheat. Yeah, these are the ones that I was really worried about, was preheat, PLA and all that, but they're all looking great. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Probe offset. How about that one? Find manual move for probe offset wizard. Oh, it's the probe offset wizard. I can't do the probe offset wizard. Let's see. Oh, wait, all the temperature ones with preheat labels are all good. I'm surprised they work now at all, that they work at all. Yeah, I count this as a success. Let's go. Let's go. Let's merge this thing and let the chips fall where they may. There'll be more. There'll be more, of course. Right now it's just partial, but it's definitely almost completely there. Let me check my strings in English here. They're the ones I did the most of. So things like Vmax, you know, is there still a, does it still show up in the language files? You know? Nope, it doesn't. Well, oh wait, it might. The right window. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, good. We did some good cleanup there. So yeah, the language files got reduced significantly here. It's nice. That's nice. Let's see if baby step N. Yeah, I guess I did end up using that. Yep, sure did. What's the time? 10:28. Ooh, if I want to get to the grocery store and get some snacks, it's my last chance here. If I wait any longer, I'm gonna end up having to go to the convenience store instead and get beer. Can't have that. Or can we? We're only doing a release or anything, you know, it's not like I need to pay close attention or anything. I had hoped to get this started early today, like in the morning, but no. Yeah, I'm calling this a success. Another question is like, how much of this can I apply to the previous version? This is what's really killing me, is like I really want to move on to 2.1 and just make that the release. Screw 2094. What do you think about that idea? Or maybe just make 2.2.1 the 2094 release. Ah, damn it. I know, just the version release is gonna change a few things, so. Yep, D-Win, D-Win, D-Win. Oh, look, it is there though. One less. One less string to worry about. Well, it does exist. It does need to keep existing, unfortunately, but that'll go. Yeah, I just don't want to be maintaining more than one version. That's the thing. It's an extra hassle to do so. But hey, okay. Oh, I guess as long as we're here, we'll look at Vel in the language files. Massima. Good enough. Nice to have Vietnamese. It's a very tricky language for so. Okay. Now it's got me paranoid that every program read word is going to be screwy here. Let's see. It's fine if it's a pin. It's a pin. As long as we're not comparing greater than, less than, right? As long as they're unsigned. Unsigned, 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 unsigned. Unsigned, unsigned. Just put U word on it all, on all of them. Here's one that's screwy. See, that's fine because it happens to be 16 bits, so that'll actually work out okay. It's close. It's a close one. It's a close call. Maybe I should have them return it as like a long. That way it'll always work. Yeah, here's a couple. Oh, that's just haven't been merged yet. Ooh, got a frog in my throat. Go grab a glass of water. I'll be right back. Wah. Yeah, so I may be. I might be cooking a little, chickpea curry thing right now. So that done first. And then I'll be back to code more nonsense. chickpeas and stuff. Kind of a chickpea masala thing. Tofu, rice, plenty of sriracha. So yeah, with the menu stuff passing, I think I'll just merge that and cross my fingers. Hope for the best. Mm. I've been brewing a lot of kombucha, so I'm going to grab some of that. Best bottles for kombucha are kombucha bottles, just repurposed. I'll pull the labels off and put my own on them. Kombucha. Surprisingly easy to make. That is so good. Tempted to go and smoke a big joint to make it taste better. Some Indian food and being really stoned seems to work really well for me. Pizza, not so much. Nice. All right, I'll be right back. I'm not actually going to get stoned. I'm going to go and get something else. Okay, we're back in the game. I think I'm ready to do this merge. Let's get, the only thing I want to do is see how well it matches up to 2.0 and get that fixed. Probably be about 20 conflicts that I'll deal with. That's needed. Don't forget to eat, kids. Engineers, people sitting at your desks all day. I have a pretty decent chair here. I have to put a big pillow on it though, because it feels too low. When I'm without the pillow, I feel like I'm sitting on like a child's desk or something. Anyway, oh, that's some good kombucha. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get intimate with the scope. Maybe not this weekend. I mean, if I do this release, it's gonna be a scramble. Well, let's quit with the if. Let's just get this done. Do it. You can be a witness to history. One thing I was thinking of. I mean, if they're already in there in the menu, then I don't think I need to worry about going beyond that. Would be nice if, excuse me, it'd be nice if these things could, let's just kind of pass null, basically. So I think it'll all work. So this I consider to be a improved developer experience. It could have been a language thing, I guess, too. Goodbye, branch. Back to notifications. Overwhelmed? Yes, but the settings don't help. 9-axis update for the documentation, just about. My goodness, sorry. I really want to get this script done that converts the documentation. Really configs. I can start that soon. There's so many things to do, but that would be kind of a fun day project to do here on the stream, because I could probably get through most of the preliminaries of it, get some good results. We'll all cheer and smile, laugh, and be happy together as it gets done. I'm following some Prusa stuff, which is you can't look at that. It's slightly private. I think part of that might be private, but let it be known that Prusa is working on their firmware and they're being good about it. For both FDM printers and, of course, the what do they call these printers now? What do we just call them? Like display screen printers now? I'm trying to come up with good names for them because the old names are boring. SLA, man, that's selective light atrophy. So all these that are in blue, I guess, are all solved, so I could ignore them. Oh, let's see, these are all relative to this project, which I'm just kind of watching. That's why. Keeping an eye on this project because there's interesting stuff going on. Sometimes they fix bugs and I might find them to be useful. So some of the stuff that I'd like to get to, that I wanted to get to for this next release 2.1 was display configurations being separate from pin configurations, having sort of intermediaries where they map together. We're going to figure that out. At some point. Printing does not start. Oop. Keep edit temp during tram. What about the real-time leveling edit? Well, that could be complicated. you can do these tricks where, like, as you're editing the mesh, or editing any value that might affect the current positions, you could move to current position after every, adjustment or whatever. And that would effectively move the nozzle to its new position based on what you did. But it might be the opposite of what you want, depending on what you're adjusting. Something like probe distance from bed, for example. The further away that you have the probe from the bed, the closer the nozzle will end up being after the adjustment. But as you're adjusting it, you don't want it to move. You want it to move closer, meaning farther, farther meaning closer. It gets confusing. Ender 3 support for Ender 3 S1 with 401 RC. We just have a little bit of an issue with this. The build is getting a little big, and it's all in German now. Things are looking bad. Oh gosh, oof, what? I can't read it, so I won't. It's not my repo anyway. Micro steps by pressing the knob. Sure. I mean, you could imagine doing something like that. But you're already doing micro steps, not whole steps anyway. That's funny. It's like, we want to avoid excessive wear. That's okay. This doesn't want to do it, but that's funny. That's funny. Why not? It's funny. In open source world, you have a little review situation like any other place on YouTube land. Modifying probe offset causes tramming wizard to not work correctly. Oops. Check your mesh insets. Boop. Yeah, I think I'll just mark all these as being done. And these two. And that one. Okay. Documentation. Yeah, 9-axis, we looked at that. A couple config updates, Soval and SQR Mini v3. So if I bring these in, I have to bring them in for all the stuff. See what these are looking like. Laser safety timeout. Maybe easier to do a fresh download. Maybe. Let's take a look at 745 and see whether it's easy or not. Wait. It's from 2 days ago. So I think these are the ones. Gotta go to configurations, window feist. Soval something. SV01 with SQR Mini v3. E3 v3. Yeah, I think it's this one. Oh, there's a lot of them. I think it's this one. Reveal inside bottom. Kind of doing this lately. Anything that's new, just put a new date on it. Sure. Even though it's exactly the same as the others. SVO1. And a readme SQR Mini v3. Caution. Okay, good. Don't be too cautious. 2.1. So this is set up for 2.1. Copy. And let's just see how this compares. So I just paste them over, and then I just scroll through and see if there's anything that stands out. It's pretty much been the quickest way to review config files and see if they're up to date. That looks fine to me. And this one, these could be spaced better, I guess. So some of these are enabled. Power supplies, E-rays, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. I don't know if I do them this way or that way or the other way. Or what state pull up. And then purge len, retract len. Oops. And this thing, zoom in, change should be changed to 2. So, guess something like that. Sort alpha. I guess I want to keep that. That's. I don't usually check for trailing spaces, but they're often a problem. A real big one. Let's see. That one's, I guess, if it's not false, it must be true. And if cache names, that must also be true. And I guess that makes this all enabled, and so on. Okay, so yeah, that just... Now, of course, everything afterwards gets confused. I keep forgetting. Careful. PLR, that looks to me like it's... That's about the only tweaks I need for that right there. Anything else? Let's see. Go slower with the mouse wheel. There we go. Okay, so. Yeah, I've actually been using the mouse lately. Oh my god. Don't point it at the camera, apparently. Been using a mouse lately. Can you imagine? I mean, I like the trackpad though. I think that's really the best way to go. It's the best way to go. The trackpad. Okay. I hope you enjoyed watching me code and not being able to see what I was doing. But it's all just this kind of crap. Just cleaning up this. So this is clean up. Oh, and I guess 2 days ago, I think I'm all good. I'll just do it quick. So I just want to make sure we get all the latest, greatest stuff. Our Soval, whatever it is. Okay, I guess I did that. Yeah, 2 files. So just triple check. Oh, I changed up the bed tramming. I forgot about that. So this was all disabled, so I can just turn it on. So is that. make sure I did apply that to the 2.0 and the 2.1. Damn it. Catching up with myself, man. There's so many things being brought in, I just have to take a day off from merging anything. But honestly, if I start now, I'm all good. Because I think I have everything in hand. It's just, the work is there, it already has to be done. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. Okay, everything looks the same here, so I think we're all good with that. Alright. There's always something. Well, we've seen these. And they're ready to merge. There's no test here, just it's been done. New. Not super new, but it's new enough for us. So that'll end up in our, now that's part of the 2.1 pile. I don't necessarily need to bring that into 2.0, but yeah, not at all, in fact. Let's get back to that. Import 2, here's the import 2094, there you are. Renace, no, let's try rebase. So all this should be well and good, but there is always going to be something. Oh no, not too much of something, I hope. What? Ender 3 with, oh I see. Coming in from a long, long time ago. Alright, so if I go like that and replace it with that everywhere, that only takes care of two things, okay. Then what? This is killing me. Oh no, not stepper drivers too. Oh, I got an idea. It's gonna have to start calling this 21x because I forgot it's new, it's special, it's everything from import 2.1, so it should be at assign all these. What doesn't exist yet? 06SE, oh. It's because they're removed somewhere here. Gotta get those configs ready, and that would avoid this issue. But yeah, removing them. So here's what we will do. Hopefully it'll let me keep keep the stash. Then we go to import. Only one conflict. End of 5 plus. Conflicted. Conflicted. Serial port 2 for Ender 5 plus. Yes. That is being added. The issue. Why not? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Weird. Conflicted files. What? Conflicted files. Oh, it does with some pretty wide columns. That's nice. So there's our CR6SE. It's in conflict and must be resolved. Omit everything. Git add dot. Generally seems to work. Okay, so yes, I did remove a couple of files. Should be in this general vicinity here. So, let's just make sure they're gone. Delete, please. Not sure where the board comes into this. somewhere. 2020, where are you from? R210. What was your commit? Release 2.1 configs added you. Yeah, so those were supposed to be removed. And then, yeah, we just have to look and see and make sure that everything really did get removed from every config. Looks like it did, because, yeah, these would start showing up in some of these if they weren't. But yeah, these are things that aren't quite ready yet, but are still under development. Okay, so that's ready. The difference between import 2.1 and import 2.194 is just these actually don't need to change unless there's something added, which I don't think there has been anything important added here. We can call these what we can just call these the release configs at this point. So okay, I feel fine about those. Unless there was, were there any bug fixes? I guess we could look at that real quick. Oh, level bed tramming. Guess that could get in there. Just has to be. Gonna give me crap. What? No, it doesn't give me any crap. That's cool. I don't suppose that comes into it. That's mine too. Oh, I can see it's already been there. It's gonna be like, I'm empty. Empty. So are you. Alright, there you go. You're all empty. I suppose you're empty then, but you're not empty. Okay, so we got that much in there, so I wonder. Things are fairly up to date. Laser safety timeout yield. Yep, that. So yeah, 2.194 is pretty good. Good shape. Let us take a look at Marlin. Marlin. Pull up stream. Right. So this kind of thing, I'm like, at least let it sit a day before I go and tag and push this release, like with this in it. But have I, did I do anything with this yet? Oh, this was the one where I was gonna like put it there, because why not? But then, oops, I guess these come in here too as well. Or I forget. Yeah, see that's empty because I put it in way earlier. I always forget to check. Did I do it way earlier? Min, max, temp, M203, etc., etc. You're out of here. Undo. Undo again. that actually did something. Let's see then. Nope, that one's empty. Oh. Undo you. Okay. I gotta try to not to have too many things piled up in my undo pile here that are empty. Let's see. Hey, and yeah, okay. Yep. That stuff. Those are real changes. Those are all good. I can do a rebase interactive and it's easy to see. So anyway. So where were we? Oh, right. Yeah, so this will might leave that for a day. Oh, I got a little bit of a second wind thanks to my curry. Might have to do some more testing. Yeah, I'm not going to dive into the oscilloscope stuff tonight, that's for sure. This is holding up pretty well. Holding its heat. Need more greens. It's late now, but tomorrow I'm gonna go get myself some smoothie crap. Get back into smoothies, it'll be good. Yeah, this was a big one. Boy, changed 83 files. That's not huge. I mean, we've changed a couple hundred at a time in past tweaks, but I don't know. I went overboard with this one. Changed some verbiage. And so, yeah, I didn't really provide a long description of it, so it would have been better to do it as no, I did. I have it as here. I'll actually extend the description just so it's clear that I added some things. But this is really mostly affects developers, which is why it has the little developer icon guy on there. Okay, so let's get back to Visual Studio Code and my test platform. Now I can go back to my test platform here. Test bed. And I can do a this way I like just delete these commits from this. I guess I'll just do it this way. Something like that. And so you boop, boop, boop. Goodbye. Boom. Now I have, there it is, there's everything new. And I can just push this. I had other stuff in there. Oh, before I forget, sorry. I'm gonna sneeze all over my mic. Oops, it's over here. Must be the curry. Getting on my nostrils. Alright. Don't let me forget my kombucha. That fizzy delight. My first batches were a little bit yeasty, but they've been coming out very clarified lately. I tried adding, letting the fruit have pulp in it and letting that settle. And that really actually worked pretty well. It's kind of like putting a clarifier like gelatin or egg whites or whatever you might use. Fish bladders. Great glue, fish bladder. Glue. You're in a pinch. I'm stuck on a desert island and you need glue. Don't throw those bladders away. Alright, let's see. Boop. So yeah, I was having some fun and doing evaluations, which I do in a separate test file. Just, you know, run some C++. Oh gosh, Creality's folder is so full. Look how many different models there are. Nobody comes close, I don't think. Anycubic has a few. ANET. Oh, ANET's trying. Reality though. Let's see who else. Let's say FlashForge has a few. Got 2. GTech. Oh gosh, GTech has a bunch. Yeah, that includes, you know, different variants of similar ones. A10, 10D, 10M, 10 Pro, and really it just has a mixing extruder on it. Let's see what else we have. Well, people are out partying tonight. Sounds like fun. Printer bot. Well, we hope we'll see more of those. The belt printers was surprisingly straightforward to support because it just drives it, you know. It has its own idea. I tried to work out kinematics for it where it could behave more like a Core XY with just a tilting bed. I tried to visualize it that way, and you can see what that would be about. If you think about it that way, every time it moves down to do another layer, it also moves over, which means that if you're printing the next layer and you want it to be at the same position, you know, matching the top of the square that you're drawing the next square on top of, it has to shift over slightly to compensate for that as well. And the math is simple at a 45-degree angle. Square root of 2, 1.414, something. But trying to put in G-code where it works that way, like, oh, I just want to have it draw a tower on the bed like you would try to imagine. You know, you can't really have it do the translation exactly quite right. There were just issues with trying to make it a kinematic. Mainly, the main one being, you know, arbitrarily you want to be able to move to any old XYZ. So when you're moving, since the belt forms 2 axes, you would have to have it move, and it didn't move very fast. That was kind of the main thing. X, no problem, you can fly all day. But, and in the direction of the, you know, the head, when it's independently moving, you can think of that Core XY independent motion as being very fast Core XY motion. And so it's kind of better to think of it that way, and then the belt motion is incidental almost. It's better to have everything be tilted in advance in the G-code itself. So it just works out better. In general, when you're looking at protocols too, binary protocols aren't always more efficient in terms of packing than ASCII protocols are, which is interesting. Like, we can pull all the spaces out of G-code and it works fine. We can further run something called meatpack, which is really smart way of like compressing and think like the most common commands into fewer bits, similar to like a LZH type compression, Huffman kind of thing. But you know, most of the time you just have the most common commands are M and G, and so those can be very quickly discerned from each other with just 2 bits. And then the next most common commands would be, you know, 3 bits. So whatever those might be, X, Y, Z, and then you know all your numerals and things come in there. So you can very quickly see that it can be compressed efficiently. And meatpack compression is built into Marlin, but it's something that a plugin has to do. It has to actually do the translation and send the right thing to start and stop meatpack from being interpreted. But it's also like I think it's a binary protocol, so it's faster too in that way. It kind of goes through a bit of a faster serial channel in Marlin, so we have stuff like that going on. It's almost like it's downloading a file, like a binary transfer. Unless I'm mistaken. I think we certainly do that with the firmware upload stuff, which is getting more and more interesting by the day. So what do we got here in the code base to send up today for 2094? And what am I going to do with this new branch? I'm going to call it dev. Do we retire bug fix 2.0 completely? Might be the easiest thing to do. Dev 2.1. Bug fix 2.0 for bug fixes on 2. Although it's up to 2.1 now, so it's kind of like I want to rename the branch, but you can't just rename a branch on GitHub. You make a copy of it, and then you basically retire the old one. Just for fun, let's post it. Well, I think just dev 2.1. Should I call it .x2? It already exists. Oh, is it just on the remote? Oh, it's on the remote. Let's see what that's all about. I don't know if I've played with that one lately. Oh, I did create it 27 days ago. So I just have to oh, it hasn't been published. Weird. have to do something like this. Take every reference to bugfix2x and change it to dev21x. Let's see how many of these are correct. Reflow request should be targeted to dev21x. So let's see what happens in the workflows. Workflows, this will become the new default. So yeah, it would make sense. Check out dev. Yep, use dev. And you know, that's the thing is like, would we still call it bugfix21x or just dev? I guess we'll just call it dev. No, I'm almost inclined to call it bugfix21, but you know, just for old time's sake, just feels almost nostalgic to call it dev. Let's see how that feels. Bugfix21, yes. Screw nostalgia. Mm-hmm. I hope this isn't too jarring for myself. Mainly me, but others as well. So let's see, latest code. Did you check the latest dev21x code? Yeah, calling it bug fix does sort of make a certain crazy sense when you're dealing with, you know, people reporting bugs, obviously. Well, here's a bug, and did you test the bug fix branch where we fix bugs? Makes sense. If you say, did you test the dev branch? They'd be like, of course I didn't. I'm not a dev. Like, well, so. I do make something called dev-ish branch. I guess it could be like a start from scratch kind of branch, but that would be, why is it a branch? It should be it should be a separate project entirely within the organization called Marlin 3, where we just, you know, basically start over. support everything that it supports, but do so in a more it would just be 32-bit only, you know. Could it be built around a something like a real-time operating system? Yes. Although those I like, because we do so much direct interrupt stuff, that can be tricky. The timing for steppers is like, I think it's even more precise than you can get really, or we want to try to put on an RTOS. But the good thing about an RTOS is it can probably handle all your distribution across cores stuff for you. So that there's some voodoo to that too, depends on how you decide to build or launch parts of your app. It doesn't happen automatically, like you don't know how to create two main loops, right? Loop 1, loop 2? Is that the way that they do it now in Arduino? That would work for me. That would be really cool if it was just that. Man. Make it so. How many cores do you have? 3. Loop 1, loop 2, loop 3. Maybe do some mutex stuff, I don't know. I've done threading in C++ before for games and with OpenGL game. Wow. I can show you the code, it's scary. But yeah, creating mutexes and doing all that kind of stuff when you want to change data and then read from it later. Things that are sharing that data. Okay, I don't know. I still feel like bug fix 2.1 feels better. Is anyone with me? Hello? Dev has some kind of sad connotations in terms of how it worked out in the past when we tried to do dev branches. It was just a big old, like, just keeping them synchronized was really nigh impossible, and they weren't even, at that time, you know, I think it had a lot to do with just us all being noobs to get, but noobs or not. Tags? I don't know what you do. But let's do this thing. Wait. Okay, let's do it. Don't really need to tag it. Hello, Marlin. Guess what? Default branch. Oh, you can rename it. That's neat. I want to keep it though, I guess. So let's just switch. Oh, I understand. That means I have to upgrade the docs. Yeah. I don't know. You got what you got. Now, these are not yet viable, but this one is. I don't know. They're going. They're going. That's it. I just put LTS on everything because why not, right? Hey, what? You make no sense. What? Where are they? Let's see. Not there yet. So yeah, I'm not going to be publishing this yet. Oh yeah, of course it's not going to work completely there. That's what we have to find out. Right? Let's string substitution gets rid of all these. Yeah, we get rid of those. And I guess we get rid of these. Sure where V and jerk went though. There you are. It's all making sense now, more or less. DAC% N only, that's right. And then all this backlash crap, goodbye. More? Oh, thought this would be more painful. Let's see, so the stuff that's there was that. I see. Yes, this was just adding more fun axes, and this is doing the same, I guess. Yep. Goodbye, VMAX. What? I guess we just get rid of this completely. Goodbye, jerk. Yeah, message V, la jerk. Make sure I haven't changed anything too drastically. But it's interesting that's all the IJK stuff, but yeah, it makes sense. It just doesn't, it's looking good. I'm not expecting to see UVW stuff, but for some reason I am expecting to see UVW stuff. Okay, so now, yeah, now we've got to remember that it's linear axis list in this particular iteration. So IJK is fine here. Whoa. Whoa. Did it work? Okay. One less me on there. There's if I ever go to do a animation of all the contributions, I have to deal with the fact that there's like my GitHub address and then there's like my masked anonymized address, and they both show up inside of there. I didn't make them equal, so I have to merge them somehow before I do any animations, so I can see that it's just me. It's not two of me. It's not two me's, but there may be. I don't know. There's a me online and there's a me here. I guess maybe they are different. Maybe they're different. I doubt it. So yeah, all this string stuff, I tried to put off the conversion to unsigned int to the last second. Everything else looks good to me. redo any drag reordering, so let's get out of there. Alright, now if I try to do a get rebase on this whole thing, you'll see it won't work so well. Move the LCD string substitution anywhere. Well, it's interesting that I could move it all the way down to the 9-axis area again. That's where all the fun happens. This is where we differentiate between 9. There it is. So 3 conflicts. Why? Why? This is where something else happens here. UVW happens here. Support the reorder. Let's just do this part. A rebase thingy, and yeah, the same crap again. Up to 9 axes. Well, you don't need these things because you already have N. We got N, so we don't need you. IJK, UVW, crap, E, junction, velocity, which is now called max speed, ABC, which we have IJK, UVW, E, EN, now called speed. Boom, look at all this, gone, gone. Yeah, this commit is becoming somewhat altered. All those are gone, yeah. And all those are gone. Wow, that's so nice. I'm happy to see them go, even though it's a bunch of typing. Okay, and that stays, and these don't need to change at all. See if anything changed. Driver percent is the same, 0, 100, set current, and all that other stuff. Still UINT 8. Okay, good. That looks the same as well. Just gets UVW. UVW. This also gets the UVW stuff. Everybody wants the UVWs. Alright, and then this one is now num-axis list, correct. And we like our old spacing, thank you very much. Although here's where a UVW would belong, I would think. I guess not. Okay. So yeah, we see that there is such a thing. These are enumerated here. Interesting. And it does have IJK, but yeah, it doesn't have UVW, which is interesting. I think that's just because this is the that particular stepper. It's like, yeah, we're not going to support that for that particular stepper type. Just an L64 something something. Something something something. Oh, more things to rebase. Apparently. Map macro. Oh yeah, we use the map macro. Well, we don't need the map macro now. I did loop logical axes instead, which should do the right thing. And this also, map macro goodbye. Map macro goodbye. All right, good. We're good. being a slug for some reason. I don't know why. Hello? Continue rebase, hello. Where are we at? I don't see any conflicts, so can I just... The GitHub desktop is acting up. Look at how it's just sitting there, staring. Staring. Resolve. Well, I don't see there's anything to be resolved. Ah, you like me now. Interesting. So it picks it all up here, and then the 9 axes bit. Nothing to do, and then nothing to do in the map macro bit. And wow, that's pretty interesting. Okay. We have all our tags ready to go. Now the only thing I wanted to do was put the right date on the thing, because I think today is the 4th. Date, please. There you go. No date change, just version. Getting there. This is sort of a playground here now at this point. Configurations 2094. Import 2094. Oh, right, of course, import 2094. process. Soval, I see Soval. Okay. It was good to me. There will be issues, but that's fine. That's fine. There are always issues. Release 2.1. I'm gonna grab a release, just see if the tag is. Yes, 2.06. Okay. Oops, I meant to say 2.1. I don't know what 2094 would be in bug fix. It's a whole different thing, but that's 2.1. Oops, I meant to say BF. kind of get sick of waiting, I guess. There they go. Alright, release. Configurations 2.094, 2.1 documentation. Oh yeah. Check out deploy. And publish the website, please. Let's look at it again. Oh, there's something missing. What did I do? M306 is screwed up. Thanks a lot. Which is it? Line 40. Yeah, it's got to be this here. Now then, where were I? All right. So that got missed. I guess I forgot to pull the stuff and check it, but it should have gotten caught. In the pull request. Let's see, okay, there's automatic checking for that kind of thing. Obviously, it had been the first time contributors, you have to actually go press a button, and then I was like impatient, so there you go. Terrible consequences I had to push. Hey, someone named Dash750 said hello. I don't know exactly when. Hey Dash 750, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome to my random stream while I'm doing a software release. This involves a lot of writing release notes right now. So what I'm going to do is get my release notes thing here, which I have written down in my notes. Let's see. Get pretty release how to. Here we go. Get log pretty. So let's do the logs for everything from 2.0 to 2.094. So I usually just go like this. Let's get the where let's go here. Let's go to straight to 2.0. And 2.093 is the last release. There we go. This is all the stuff that has been applied since the last release, which was in December, I think. Might have been Christmas. Mute. Let's reverse them. So typically I would straighten those up and put them in some kind of order, like based on category. Oops, I forgot that one. Use default null args. there, just because everybody deserves an icon. Everybody deserves an icon. And yeah, this little script that produces these, you know, when I find things like misc cleanup, I typically ignore them. Misc cleanup comments, spindle laser adjustments, you know, whatever. Dates, extra axes, style, and cleanup. Gigas cleanup comments, adjustments, spacing, flash code, who cares? LCD cleanup. Board spins cleanup, even that, adjustments. And we sometimes divide them up like, you know, new boards, new LCD controllers. You know, kind of do this kind of thing maybe. Yeah, so whatever, that's an LCD controller thing. And then the only other thing I guess I would do is stick a dash on the front of everything so that formats nicely and mark down. Look, LCD stuff. Build, developer, I don't know. Simplify some debug. Configuration. New features, so that put that above new boards. In Zestio, you know, clean up. Monster pins for a display. I almost feel like that should go somewhere else, but pin header orientation. Oh yeah. I guess I can put that here. Stipper driver. So yeah, basically I would just go through this entire long list, which I will not make you suffer through, and post this as release notes. Maybe I would use periods, but heck, why not use ellipses? Look at all these bugs fixed. Fixed timer conflicts. 2. Let's call these just fixed easy board V2. It's simple. So yeah, this will all end up being posted with the release when I do the release. So typically, what I'll do is go. Let's see how our download page is. Now on the website, download Marlin 2.1. There it is. You go to the download page. There's the download current Marlin release 2.1. 2.094 is the other one. So yeah, I just want to write up the release notes, but someone else will probably announce its release before I get a chance to get the release notes up, because you know I didn't write them up first. But why wait? I've been meaning to get this done, and it is the weekend. That's when you do these things. So I'll just go to the release pages and write this up here. Access collision to catch broken parameters. Now, so configuration. Right? I could actually make that more of a developed thing, I guess. DWin Creality UI print progress on start. LCD controller. Prominent now, build hash test. Bugs. Get firmware bin from ENV, so new option. Remove extraneous inline hints, build. Rename MIL6470 G-code file. Nothing really. DWin enhance to improve, fix, extend. E3 V2 corner leveling now marked as tramming. Insert fan soft PWM where required. It's kind of a pins thing. You can go with config. DWin Marlin UI sanity checks. Fix thermal conditionals structure. Figs, I guess. Yeah. Only warn about enabled configuration of it. Just part of the build. Chopper timing. Oh, N19. That's new. Upload to OptiBoot. Oh. Build and develop are going to become separate things, I think. Fix M906 warning. Meh, no big deal. That's like, take that out. Apply access conditionals. Not sure what that's all about. Might as well grab a reference, because I don't know. Not sure what else you would call that. Fixed TCCI test. Okay, that's nothing really. That's just for developers. Anyway, insert newer GCC and PIO. Ramps FET order overrideable. That's, I guess that's a pins thing essentially. Could be configuration, I guess. E plus laser. Fix a button. Fix a parameter error somewhere. Strip carriage returns an MF test. Find required and stop enums. Just a thing where we build, LCD controller, okay. Yeah, so little by little these will all get organized. So I can actually copy this and make that my release notes. Here, please. Marlin 2094. This is the fun part. 2.0 only has these. We only have to worry about these. Isn't that nice? Okay, so drops and relays, please. Oops. Oops. Almost done. So close. Oh, I can't want to get rid of this yet. Thank you. Lose your mind. You were there. Let's see. Yes, this is open source, man. The glory, the great glory, a great release. This is gonna be a big one. I think. I gotta put on some music to really enjoy this, you know, just like some random drone zone or something. I think they'll sue me if I put on like random drone zone. If it's very quiet and not really in the background. I may or may not publish this, so we'll see. See if I get a strike. Keep it real low here. And maybe I can mix up a few things. If it's a mashup, I mean, you can't really get hit by for a mashup, you know. Oh wait, it's called Soma. Let's forget. Soma. Let's put on drone. Now you might hear a little drone in the background. If that's copyrightable, you let me know. Keep it down to something that's not very copyrightable. But if you want to know, this is Mount Hibiki Winter Pathways. Go out and buy it. Good friend of mine. Yeah. Configuration has changed. Fix some spelling. Fix extruders, manual move, compile. The 306. MPC, wait till you see the MPC. Just see if that MPC update applies well to 2.0. I may just re-tag real quick. But what's up with the MPC update? Oh yeah, MPC came in after, so. At least I want to say it did. Alright, so we'll get that in there. And I will have to make sure that the configs also match now. Darn it. Let's make sure import 20x has all that. Which reminds me, this is now going to be called import 21x, I guess. And bugfix 21x is going to become the new all-important branch, so yeah. Well, there's going to be a bit of each, I guess. This is going to get a little annoying for the time being. I don't know exactly how to deal. We'll deal. But we will deal. We will deal. Because version's got to go. Version E. Oh boy. A little bit of propagation. Fortunately, it's not like a complete giant mess. That's just a few. There's just a few things to deal with. And I guess this is going to become the new base for the default, and then it's going to rebase on top and switch and publish bugfix to 1x. There it goes. To 1x. And now I gotta go to all the pull requests and retarget them. Will this be fun? Okay. Whoa, okay. Let's see how this works. Well, it worked. Alright, yeah, I could just pretend that it's all mine, even though it's a big public resource, like the water company, you know. Why wait? How many have I done? They don't really show right here where they're targeted towards, do they? Let's see, did I get everything on this page yet? Let's take a look. 2-1, yep, I guess I did. Good. That's a good way to go. We'll just do everything on the page. Boop, 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 boop. Some of these I guess I'm supposed to read because they were recently updated. I will check them out. Support simple fan fix ads Z2. There's all kinds of commentary going on. ANET and Marlin Sim URLs. No bug fix 2.1 branches. Oh, are there not? Gotta do things in the right order and things will never break, but that's what's known as military precision, man. I should really read these before I give them up. There's a lot of commentary going on. MKS hard crashes and support for RP2040, right? Yeah, so much to figure out. Oops. Pretty simple framework running tests. But there's nothing in between. Already done, okay. Dang it. April. I'll look at this one, I guess. So I've been commenting. We'll have to be resolving things, yes. Well, we'll find out who's paying attention, I guess. That's what we'll certainly see. All this. Well, that's starting to sound copyrightable to me. Let's be careful here. Right, include center is now the new name of that. And something else changed here. Surface interval, level bed trim. There's LCB bed trim in there as well. And then something else here. There's this fill inlet distance. Undef conditionals. Temporary compatibility there. That's what that's all about. Alright, good. Looks good to me. I set myself up for it. And then here we have I assume he's just taking this and doing that kind of thing. Let's see what's changed here. Yeah, these are all in item F now. And these others are item F. Did I not make them in item F? I could have sworn I did. Or these all belong to the same PR now. Something's here. What's going on? It is 899, and we're looking at D1 CPP of let's see. So these are some updates. Line distance. That was clearly. Yep. And I guess I gotta assume the back item is of this whole deal too? I don't know. That's all that's changing. That's interesting. Because, yeah, I would have thought more on that. 32, 38. So those aren't really important lines. Just around distance stuff is new. That's probably where it is right there. Huh. It's removing that for some reason. Why? Oh, because it doesn't exist. That's why we're removing it. I see. Okay, it's all beginning to make sense. Alright, I think everything's targeted now too. 2.1. Bug fix. That is. Certainly that is. Well, 234, I gotta work on that a bit. Chameleon. I gotta redo the chameleon. Which one's this? 2427. Let's make sure I got this. Alright, all good. Just want to make sure we're all pointing in the right places. There might actually be some new pull requests coming in. Hey, fix some things now that you've broken them. Cool. What's this? Marlin Firmware. Oh, P3P doesn't have that, that's right. Let's follow that up. And a bit.ly link for who? Oh, David 2GB. Okay. Good to know. Oops, what I meant to say was merged. It's considered merged. There you go. Let's see if GitHub Desktop knows that the default is 1. Though it still thinks the bug fix is 2 is the default. Let us disabuse it of that notion. Repository settings, please. I wonder how it knows or doesn't know. Let's try doing I'll Google search it, but I'm not gonna. I'm bored. I would rather figure out the, make sure all the pull requests are ready to go. So let's see, that's ready. Z deactivate after still, no big comments there. These are new options, so it's like, consider. They're still under consideration. Sorry for the delay, but they're here. PWM capability. Okay, this one is PWM for ESP32I2S. So these need to be merged. I think these are pretty much ready to go. And there is slight change to configure DBs. Let's give it a zap. A zappy lightning bolt. There you go. One less thing to look at least for now. We'll come back to haunt us all later. Let's see. It still doesn't know my default branch is bug fix 2.1. What I could do is just delete this branch and the other one and re-pull them. Let's see. Let's delete it. Oh, it won't let me delete that branch. Because it thinks it's the default. Yeah, well, it won't have a problem here. Git branch delete. Ha! Failed me now. Let's go here. There. Oops, something in there. Something in there. Alright, so now I can just check them out. Oop. Oop. Hey, upstream, like, bug fix 2.1. Caroline. Does it recognize it as a default? It doesn't. Weird, I thought it would by now. We're gonna call it the default. Yeah, still call it the default branch. I don't know where it gets the idea. I just don't. Hooks, info. I don't have all the refs, but nothing that tells it that it is the default. Oh, look, there's one called 11 tilde brace. That's cute. Okay. Logs, objects. Here's another one. The refs. It's got to be somewhere in these refs, right? You would think it would be somewhere in this whole rigmarole. Oh, search 0 files. Don't exclude. Include. Okay. Do it this way then. What? Oh, still invisible? Oh, no, it's letting me. It's letting me. At least, sort of. Branch merge, blah blah blah. Head. I wonder if it'll let me do. Oh, that's just where we are now, right? Yeah. Now we're at that. Yeah. Okay. Index? No, that doesn't tell us nothing. Ah, config. Branch 2.1. Oh. I guess these are just the ones that I have checked out or something. Upstream, yep. Doesn't tell me crap. Packed refs. Nothing. How do we know which one's the default? Let's make sure I've actually, I have actually set it to be the default. I know that. Yep, it sure is. Rules. Okay, where are we at? 24180 is also in need of a merge. Bump date. Okay, it's all got to be. I don't know why these are involved, but they are. Quit doing that twice. Quit doing that twice. All right, merged. We have merged, and or we may have we. Yes, we have. It's a little confused. There we go. Okay, that pull request is ready to do its thing. Fan class. Oh yeah, this. I gotta rebase that. Let's see. Oh. So my new stuff. I guess I just don't need to put that there. Hand speed. Yep. Next, same deal. And what's new here? I changed their spacing. Set cursor or move to. Okay, yeah. And I think I just called it PCT. That's the only difference. It's always something. Oh, continue merge. Hey, you can do it. I think it was a rebase. Not a merge. You got confused there. Okay. It's my branch, so this rebase is not nearly there yet. It's one or two more things. Kickstart. Fan kickstarting. That's one of the things I have to fix up. Basically starting the fan at a little higher power than letting it go back to lower power so that it actually moves instead of sitting there trying to move. Give it a little bit of move, and then you just have to give it a little bit of power to keep it moving. I guess that's the idea. Let's clean some branches. Okay. Next, our pull request holding up. Okay. Simple framework for running tests. This is very simple. Simple and dumb idea. Pico can't build yet. I gotta really get this sorted out because that's a tricky one. H43. I have an adapter that might work. Maybe this is right, I don't know. I'm not getting much feedback on that one. It's nice when you get feedback. I know it's annoying to have to answer stupid questions. 23575, not mine, right? Wait, they're all falling behind, aren't they? 23575, okay, work in progress. Oh. So I have all that up to there. Just sanity check, STM cutter, and a couple of merges. More merges, can't hurt. Is that a lot of things? Nope, not too bad. I've seen worse. So that's something. And then it gets this added to it by this thing. It looks like maybe this is about something like that. I don't know. Got changed here. Oh, we're all doing this now. So this is fine. These are going to be the new changes, but related to my update. And here we have lots of new things happening, but again, same deal. I'm sure these are all. Which is like so. And I don't know if this was necessary. What's it got in it? Continuous page. Yeah, I see what's going on there. Cool. Alright. That's it. One more thing. And there's always one more thing. Stop using disabled and enabled. Which makes more sense. Fid-dabled. There we go. And do a little cleanup. Yeah, we like, all right. Voila! Manual switching tool changer. This is a work in progress by Slowbro. Continuing on. Oops, look, this has got all kinds of weird stuff in it. I didn't get to change the base on that somehow. I missed it. Should be fine now. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. No wonder it had issues. Let's make sure they're all based here correctly. That one is. Okay. Hard crashes. Oh. Well, before I go rebasing things, I better check my stuff here. What was the other one I had that was given that I thought was funky, but probably wasn't nothing. Probably wasn't nothing. Let's see, CR6SE, I guess. That was one. That's all set. Everything's acting up. Everything's doubling. I get this. I think it's because of the. It's confused. Look at that. Well, let's finish these up anyway. They've got to change their bases. Somehow I managed to forget all these. Wow. Must be late. Or, you know, I got distracted by oopsies in my release stuff. No one ever said this stuff would be easy. Okay. Let's see where we're all at. How are you doing? Are you, you need a rebase? How are we doing? You're okay. This one, at least I did something. Change base. 23250. Might as well do that one. Get a little merge here. Yeah, you can tell GitHub Desktop is a little confused. I'm like, it looks like your default branch is bug fix 2, but that's actually bug fix 1. What's going on? What's going on? What's in the box? see if there's an easy way to do that. I bet, because if it's not in the Git folder, then maybe it's in GitHub Desktop. So, Home, Library, Application Support. GitHub Desktop. There'll be a lot of stuff not in the log file. And apparently in some other places. Singleton cookie, LDB, indexed DB. Well, it's binary, so I'll never find it. Not gonna go messing with that. Well, I guess I could though. I really wanted to. Yeah, but I won't. Alright, so interesting. Where are you keeping your repository info? Like which repositories do you have? Maybe if I remove this one and then re-add it. Let's try that. Don't move it to the trash, just remove it for a second. Add. Okay, now what? Oh, you still think my default branch is 2.0. Well, how about if I do this then? Maybe this will help. Almost forgot, you can do this. This might be important for your I better make a local copy. I gotta reload this page. Hold on. There you are. Update, please. Yes, I do. Now what happens in my fork here? I quit desktop, GitHub Desktop, and reopen it. Do you want to know my default branches? Arrgh. Still thinks the default is bugfix 2.0. I don't know why. Maybe I have to fetch origin or something. Maybe that'll do it. Not sure. Could fetch upstream, I don't know. Upstream. Might as well garbage collect while we're here. That's nice. They did put the shortcuts in. I was wondering. And yeah, we'll have fun editing these and rearranging them, getting them all organized. In time. It's a long list. Configuration embedding. Hey, suppressible warnings in general, baby. Let's see. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like these. Yes, good. Sure. Yep, it's been quite a reorganization since December. Gosh. Yep, updated Ukrainian. Even in the midst of all this, somebody still brought us more Ukrainian stuff. Amazing. What a year. What a year it's been. Basically a lot more extruders with zero fixes, because that's tricky sometimes to support zero extruders. Hey, okay, I wrapped some things. Whee! It's easy to do with these shortcuts in the browser. I like it. Thank you for that, GritHub. GritHub? You're getting gritty, GritHub. Gritty, gritty, GritHub. I don't know why I did that. Thank you. Okay. More to organize. Yeah. I guess I'll announce them on Twitter because why not? That's what I typically do. Hello. Somebody would notify me. Hey man, did you know that you just put out Marlin? Yes, I did. Thank you. People are gonna be like, what the hell? Um, Yep, that's what's coming up. I'm writing a tweet all about what I'm gonna write on the tweet. So there you go. Here it goes. This is history in the making, man. I'm posting tweets about things. And you can see how do I compose a tweet that fits within, we all do it, 280 characters. Has been tricky. Some issues remain, but hey, the Z and fade calculation was fixed. Woo! With this release done, I'm going to look at stepper timing on the oscilloscope. Next stream. The next stream, I gotta fit it all. Will be analyzing ANAY well on the next live stream. Stepper timing on the oscilloscope. Let's see if we can find a good scope picture. Waves. Electronics. Scope. Oh, I saw something. Waves. There you go. Boop. All right. Well, that was fun. So, hey, thanks for chilling out, everyone who did or didn't. It's been a long one, so I'm going to get some food and then let me know if there's any issues. I'm sure you will. And we'll be chasing down, really want to chase down anything related to layer shifting or sudden, especially the stuff with junction deviation and anything else. I'm mainly going to look at very straightforward, stepper signals, but it'll be interesting to get into looking at things in different scenarios with the, linear advance turned on, all that kind of thing. So yeah, until then, bye.